Meow. Ah, uh-oh. Meow. 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 Thank you. Meow. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Bye. Get out! Leave! Leave me alone! Go play with your friends. You have friends, right? Some people are so lonely. I was joking. I knew you didn't have any friends. I could tell. I think to have friends, you have to have social skills. I mean, I don't have friends either, so. Whatever. Bye. You don't have to plug anything here, Razor. Good night. No, no. No need. Good night, good night, good night. Let's see. Funny. 10 minutes. No, we'll do 20 minutes. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. Meow meow meow. Mm. 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 Meow. Meow meow meow. Meow. Meow meow meow. 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 Meow, meow. Ah. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. 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 Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Okay, good luck with work. The Manny Solo, hi Lizzie, hi Bardock. Savvy, I'm not doing good today. How are you? Garbage? What's up? Take a little tiny break. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. My tummy hurts. Yep. I'm in prison. They keep accusing me of tax fraud. I haven't even committed that yet. I haven't even done it yet. I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a tiny break and then do another half an hour of reading. Meow meow. Try eating solid foods. I did get food. I got a salad again. Should I reinstall that game today? Or should I take a longer break from it? Yep, yummy, yummy, yummy. I'm trying to stop eating so much ramen and snacks. I think I need to have more fruits and veggies, but mostly veggies in my diet. More. I need more fiber. I'm not gonna talk about it though. Yeah, yeah. Instant ramen, true student's meal. I've been surviving on mostly ramen. I had been for a little while, but I started to have more and more tummy issues, so I think because the one I got is really spicy, maybe. I don't know if that's why. Meow, 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 meow. Add frozen veggies to the ramen cups to help minerals. Oh, that's a good idea. I don't have the cups, but yeah. Make it on the stove. I usually add things like an egg, but yeah, I could add. You're right, I could add veggies. You might be vitamin deficient, I know. I was taking a multivitamin, but I stopped taking it every day, and take it every day. Yeah. Anyway. Meow, meow, meow. Okay, back to work for me. Good luck, kitties. Meowing people. I'll do some programming and stuff in half an hour. But for now, I'm gonna finish reading. Yeah. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. The denigration of philosophical schools, in its turn, is a consequence of the mistaken belief that one can philosophize without having been compelled to philosophize by problems outside philosophy. Genuine philosophical problems are always rooted outside philosophy, and they die if these roots decay. These roots are easily forgotten by philosophers who study philosophy instead of being forced into philosophy by the pressure of non philosophical problems. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. I am most often irritated by those who attack the bishop but somehow fall for the securities analysts, those who exercise their skepticism against religion but not against economics, social scientists, and phony statisticians. Meow. 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 Meow, meow, meow. That's just meow, meow, meow. What was I looking for? Ah. Yes. Ah. Yes. Ah. Yes. Meow, 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 meow. Throwing shade at other philosophers, ancient times, drama. How are you, kitties? Mm. Mm. I should write some notes. Yeah, can you please help me break out of prison? Help, help, help. Please. I'll be a good kitty, I promise. Meow. 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 How does that work? Do you just write the check to the IRS? Meow. Yep. Yeah, we're back to Python. Yesterday, I feel like I didn't get enough. I didn't get enough of functions, so it was regrettable. Where do I want to go? Yeah, that was the Matrix. That was the Matrix. I think I got it with homebrew. The bear coming along, Max. He's lovely. Okay, yesterday I did a little bit of this. No, no. Sending Max honey. He'll thank you for that. I took a look at this yesterday. I don't remember where I stopped. I think it was here actually. Yeah, yeah. Truthy and falsy. Okay. In the remainder of this assignment, we will use the terms truthy and falsy to describe values. These are not the same same thing as true and false, but they are a little more general. The following values are said to be falsy: false, none, all numeric zero values, integers, floats, and complex, empty strings, empty collections, like empty lists, tuples, dictionaries, sets, frozen sets in a range of 0. Custom data types can also define additional falsy values. All other values are said to be truthy. We will revisit this concept in more detail in the next chapter. For now, you only need to be aware of the concept. You can think of truthy and falsy as true and false for now. Any and all. Two very useful built-in functions are the any and all functions. They both operate on iterable collections such as lists, tuples, ranges, dictionaries, and sets. The any function returns true if any element in a collection is truthy, false if all elements are falsy. On the other hand, all returns true if all the elements are truthy, otherwise false. So any collection 1 is false, any collection 2 is true, any collection 3 is also true, and the empty list is false. All collection 1 is false, all collection 2 is false, collection 3 is true, and all empty is true. Let me think about this again. Any function returns true if any element is truthy. All returns true if all the elements are truthy. Why is all of the empty set also true? I'm a little bit confused. Let me think about this more. I thought they said an empty list. I thought they said an empty list is falsy. Did I do it wrong? Oh yeah, I forgot parentheses. Nope, not using any library. No, this is not Linux, this is Mac. Oh, I forgot to change the pinned message. Give me a second. Let's see. Meow, meow, meow. I have used NumPy before, but I'm not using it now. I don't need it now. Meow, 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 meow. Notice that any... Oh, yeah, and any returns false. That's confusing. Wait. Notice any returns false for an empty collection, since none of the elements are truthy. Okay. However, all returns true for the same collection, since none of the elements are falsy. All of the elements are just truthy. My brain hurts. This example may not seem very useful. However, if you have a collection of something other than booleans, you can use a comprehension with any or all to test whether any or all of the elements meet a certain condition. We'll meet comprehensions a little later. For instance, assume you want to determine whether a list of numbers has any values in it. You can use a list comprehension to determine which values are even or odd. Meow, 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 meow. 2, 5, 10, 12, 15. Let's just do that. Now, print. Number, wait. Number modulo 2 is equal to 0. Let me think about this. Yeah, if it's divisible by 2, then it's obviously even. For number in numbers. Whoa. What the heck is a number? How does it know? Oh, number is that. Oh, got it. I got it. True, false, true, false. Huh. Okay, let's do that again, but let's include a 0. True, false, true, false, true. Oh. You can take that one step further to determine whether any or all of the numbers are even. I see. Let's try it. Print any. Meow, 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 meow. Number. For number in numbers. Close that one. And that one. Oops, one more. Oops. Any. Okay. And then let's go. Oops. And press option instead of control. Meow, 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 meow. All. False. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Functions for the REPL. Some functions are intended for use in a REPL. These functions provide quick access to information about your program or Python itself. The ID function returns an integer that serves as an object's identity. Every object has a unique identity that does not change during the object's lifetime. The identity may be reused later in a program if the original object is discarded. In most cases, two instances of an object with the same value will always have two distinct identities. This is not always true, though. For instance, in a process called interning, every unique integer object from -5 through 256 has the same identity. Interning also applies to some strings. Paste this code into the Python. Don't run it as a program. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. I'll paste it in. Fine. I paste it in. Okay. So S equals hello world and T equals hello world. Print ID print ID of S is equal to ID of T. And then do the same thing with S and T being supercalifragilistic. You know the rest. You should get false and then true. And why is that? Hum. Well, the only difference between the two that I can see are space, punctuation, and capitalization. Or, in other words, yeah, I'm not sure which one. I'm not sure what that's about. Okay, something got cut off here. False, true, true, false. What the heck? Okay, let's do it line by line because I think I'm a little bit confused. Let's try it slowly, line by line. S equals meow. T also equals meow. Print IDS, and is it equal to ID of T? 1, 2. False. So these two things are different. But if instead we make S meow, and then we make T meow. I misspelled it wrong. That would have been a disaster. Print IDS IDT. It's still false. What did I do wrong? Did I spell it wrong? Meow. I did spell it wrong. Wait. Okay, let's try now. There we go. They're the same. Oh my gosh, magic. X equals 5. Y equals 5. Print IDX. And is it equal to IDY? Yes. Shit. The numbers one is a little bit more obvious, but I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here with the strings. Interning yields memory space savings and performance improvements. We discuss it mainly because new Python programmers sometimes discover this behavior and think they found a bug. In practice, it's not an important concept, but it's worth being aware of. By the way, the reason we asked you to paste the code is that Python interns different things when you run a program file. In the above code, the first print will output true if you run it as a program. Interesting. Later on, we'll see why ID is useful. Interning is an implementation detail that varies based on the flavor and version of Python you are using. While most flavors and versions intern the small integers shown above, Some in turn other values, such as certain strings. Python flavors are different implementations of Python. The flavor you are most likely using is CPython, but other flavors include Jython, PyPy, Anaconda Python, and more. Could two objects that have different IDs ever have the same value? Why or why not? Type T. High life type. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Let's think about this. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Hmm. Meow, meow, meow. Wow, 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 wow. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Meow, meow. Shoo, 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 shoo. Wah, 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 wah. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. I'm sleepy. I want to sleep more. I want to go back to sleep for 10 hours. 10-hour sleep stream. Wow. Yeah, kitties need 16, 18 hours of sleep. Blah, blah, blah. Your core idea is right. Two different objects, different IDs can absolutely have the same value. Your answer just needs a bit more precision and less I think language, so it shows you understand what's going on. I don't understand what's going on. You know, I hate this bot. Let's restate the key concepts using the book's terminology. Value equality. Two objects are equal if object 1 equals object 2 is true. They have the same value. Identity sameness. Two objects are the same object if object 1 is object 2 is true. That also means the ID of object 1 is equals to ID of object 2. So the question becomes, can object 1 equal object 2 be true while object 1 is object 2 is false? Yes, and that's exactly different IDs, same values. You already noticed the example. Here, S equals T is true, but IDs equals IDT is false. Different objects in the memory. That's the direct evidence the question is asking you to reason about, where interning fits in. Normally, when you write the same literal twice, Python can create two separate objects with the same value. Different IDs, same value. For performance and memory reasons, Python sometimes reuses a single object for common values, small integers, some strings. That's interning. In those cases, IDX equals IDY can be true even though you wrote them twice, because interning is an implementation detail and can differ between the REPL versus program or across Python versions and flavors. You shouldn't rely on it, but explains why sometimes identical literals do share an ID. Meow, meow, meow. Okay, fine. I'm not logged in, so I think I can get her to meow at me today. The dir function. When used without arguments, the dir function returns a list of all identifiers in the current local scope. When used with an argument, dir returns a list of the object's attributes. Hi, excessive meowing. I'm so sleepy. Meow. I didn't get enough sleep last night. Meow. I didn't get enough sleep this morning. Meow. I had a really good dream though. I had a vivid dream. Hi, kitty. Many of the names shown by Durr begin and end with 2 underscores. These are names for the so-called dunder, double underscore, or magic methods and magic variables. We'll encounter some of these in the object-oriented programming book. Helpful hint: use the sorted function with the output of dir. Another helpful hint: use pretty print to print the output in an easier to read format. I tried that yesterday and it didn't work. From pretty print, import pp names equals sorted dir to pp names. Man, I did it wrong yesterday. I must have done it wrong. No, it wasn't demons. I had a romantic dream. Um, I had a romantic dream about my mystery lover. I think I'm gonna have a lover. Maybe not this year, maybe next year. And in it, this mystery lover was really nice to me. And we were house shopping. And we found this place. Actually, this is actually an exaggeration. More like more like he was house shopping and then I was just there and then he was like, "You're not gonna live with me?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "I love you. Won't you live with me?" You know what it is? It's because yesterday before I went to sleep, I was on Reddit. I was on Reddit. I'm not supposed to be on Reddit. And I saw this, I guess this old viral clip of a man proposing to a woman at some sort of sports event. Did anyone see it? It was trending last night on popular on Reddit. And the you know how some sports games have a jumbotron and then you get caught there. It's like a kiss cam. So they were on the kiss cam and she kisses him. She kisses her sweetie and like there was a message on there. There's a little text underneath the cam, right? Like on the bottom. And it was like a proposal. It wasn't like a proposal. It was a proposal. He said like her name, "Will you please marry me?" But she was so excited about being on the kiss cam that she kissed him and then she was just like dancing and being silly and he kept like trying to show her like keep looking, there's more. And she was like, "What? I know, yeah, I'm having a good time." And then she looks again and then she finally sees the text and then she starts freaking out even more and she's like really really happy. And then apparently, I don't know if this is true or fake news, but someone in the comments said they got she said yes, obviously. They got married in 2008. They're still together and they have 2 kids now. It was so romantic that it was so romantic and sweet because I feel like it's rare these days. I don't know, maybe all the time, my whole life, to find couples that are like really into each other. Like and then there were so many funny sarcastic comments like I think she likes him. Because she just seems so excited. She seems so excited to be with him, and I don't know. Anyway, so that imprinted on my dream, and then I started wishing for romance. Anyway, I often have weird dreams about upsetting topics. Wake up, they feel real. It takes me a while to realize they aren't. That's relatable. Sometimes have very strange and surreal dreams. I often do too. Anyway, this one was strange and surreal, but it was in a good way. And then I woke up disappointed because I'm lonely. I don't have a sweetie like the 2 of them. But they're I don't know, they just seem so happy to be together. Apparently she used to be like not a model. What is it called? She's like won a pageant. Miss, I forget what country, but yeah, she won some pageant. She's really pretty, and he seemed really cool. I don't know. Anyway, maybe sometime in life. Maybe not. Let's go back to Python and shit. Another helpful hint. Okay, I did that. Yet another helpful hint. Use a comprehension to limit the output to just the names that don't contain underscore underscore. Names equals sorted dir to do I have to use a range? Dir range to names equals name for name in names if not in name. Print names. Count index start step. Wow. Yeah, it's too negative on there. I can't blame anyone, and in fact, I applaud anyone who manages to avoid places like Reddit. It's a waste of time. It's just that, like, after working and streaming all day, I kind of want to turn my brain off. And for some reason, I'm still addicted, so I just go there, turn my brain off. Always hear if a girl is looking for a good girlfriend, she should look around where they sell Warhammer figures. The guys have money, and depending on the faction, they pick. Oh, boyfriend. The personality. Which factions are the good factions, and which factions are the one to avoid at all costs? Meow, 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 meow. Meowing kitty pillar. The help function. When used without arguments, the help function prints some basic help on how to use help, then leaves you in a special help mode that uses a help prompt. From the help prompt, you can request help on module names, Python keywords, built-in functions, class names, etc. Type the appropriate words at the help prompt and press return or enter. Imperium of Mankind. Everything that looks like a human or badass robot human is good. All Xenos are bad. I don't know what a Xeno is. Is that like that guy named Xenomorphica? Is that a Warhammer thing? Xeno. I'm not shopping for a boyfriend though, particularly. My brain hurts. Apparently there's a store called Xenos. It's an alien. Ah. I'm an alien. I'm from outer space. I'm from planet number 14. I want to go back. I want to be sent back home. Quitting the help system may involve 2 separate steps. If you're currently reading a long help item, such as help for string, you may need to press Q to terminate the output. After terminating the output, you may need to type another Q and press return to exit. As a Python 3.13.0, you no longer need to write You no longer need to use write help. I need to give them feedback. This is a typo. Can we help send you back? Yes. To access the help system, you can instead just write help. When supplying an argument to help, you still need to use the parentheses. You can also request help more directly by placing an appropriate identifier between the parentheses. Blah, 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 blah. I didn't realize I could do this whole time. This is insane. I should have done that this whole time. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Oh my god, this whole time. Oh my god, I've been complaining this whole time. I've been complaining for days now that I wanted to put away the LS bot. I didn't think to just drag the middle. I didn't think I could drag it. I'm so stupid. I'm so dumb. I'm so stupid. Okay. Meow, meow, meow. No, no, no. Lump. Lump. Meow. I did this yesterday. I tried this yesterday. Okay. Help ORD. Help on built-in function ORD in module built-ins. ORD C / return the Unicode code point for a 1-character string. Help bool. Help on class bool in module built-ins. Class bool int bool x to bool returns true when the argument is true. When the argument x is true, false otherwise. The built-ins true and false are the only two instances of the class bool. The class bool is a subclass of the class int and cannot be subclassed. Method resolution order. Bool int object omitted text. Help topics. Here is a list of available topics. Enter any topic name to get more help. Meow, 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 meow. Boolean operations. Or test, and test, not test. Or test, and test. Or test, or and test. And test, not test. And test, and not test. Not test, comparison. Not test. Man, I'm not gonna lie, that was a little bit confusing. Or test and test, one or the other. And test and not test. Meow, 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 meow. I don't know what the... Frick, 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 frick. Let's not get lost in here. We can come back. I need time. Let's not get lost in the sauce. Creating functions. Unless a function is built in or provided by an imported module, you must create it. A typical function definition, aka function declaration, looks like this. Def func name, parentheses, colon, func body. We're assigning the function to func name, and the func body is some code that performs the function's required actions. Here's a function named say that prints hi. Def say, parentheses, colon, print hi. Let's try one. Def meow, parentheses, colon, print I only speak English. Okay. Why do we want a function named say? To say something, of course. Let's try it. First, we'll create a file named saypy, then place the following code inside the file. Okay, I need to take a little break. I'll be back. I'll be back. If I take too long in there, it's because I'm playing Void Pets. I'll be right back. Meow. I finished doing my dailies in there. Thank you. I haven't installed it again on the tablet, but on my phone, I played a little bit. Oh, I hope it was a good one. Meow, meow. Okay. I have to make a file now. Mm, 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 mm. Meow, meow, meow. On line 5 of say pi, the code say is called is a function call to the say function. When Python runs this program, it creates a function named say, whose body causes Python to print the text output from say when the function executes. However, that doesn't happen immediately. Meow, meow, meow. On line 4, we use print to display first on the terminal. On line 5, we call the function say by appending a pair of parentheses to the function's name. This causes Python to temporarily jump into the function's body, which prints that text output from say. Did I just read that twice? Finally, Python returns the code that immediately follows the call to say, and prints last. Sorry, I'm being a retard right now. Note that the parentheses on line 5 make this code a function call. Without the parentheses, say doesn't do anything useful. It's the function's name, not an invocation. Forgetting the parentheses is usually a bug that can be tough to find, since the code may run long after the line with the error. It just won't work. We'll learn about function objects later. Python programmers often add a triple-quoted string at the beginning of a function's block. This string is a documentation comment, a doc string, that Python can access with the help function, and the doc property. It has no effect on your code unless your program is somehow interested in comments, which can happen. So we can go in here and say, something like, do all the French cats 怎么句吧？喵喵喵喵喵喵喵喵喵喵喵喵喵。Help on the function meow and module main to all the French cats. We won't follow this convention at launch school, but you should learn to recognize it. You will likely encounter it elsewhere. Okay, sweet dreams. Thank you. Night night. The scope of an identifier determines where you can use it. Python determines scope by looking at where you initialize the identifier. In Python, identifiers have function scope. That means that anything initialized inside a function is only available within the body of that function and any nested functions. No code outside of the function body can access that identifier. Consider this code. Define well howdy who. Greeting equals howdy, print f greeting who. Well howdy Angie, print greeting. In this code, we have a greeting variable in the body of well howdy when we call the function. Howdy is assigned to greeting, and a more complete greeting message is printed. When the function is done running, we try to print the value of the greeting variable. However, instead of howdy, we get an error message instead. Name error. Name greeting is not defined. The error occurs since the greeting variable is only available inside the well howdy function. The surrounding code has no way to access the variable. What happens if we define our own greeting variable in the outer space? Greetings equals salutations, define well howdy who. Well howdy Angie, print greeting. This time the code prints salutations on line 8, thus showing that greeting is in the scope on line 8. However, the outer greeting variable plays no part in the function's body. The assignment on line 4 hides the greeting variable from line 1. We call this variable shadowing. Let's remove the assignment on line 4 and see what happens. Salutations, Angie, salutations. The key difference here is that we are no longer assigning the greeting variable in this function. Instead, we're just accessing its current value. It's the assignment in the first example in this section that causes Python to create a new local variable named greeting. Without any assignments in the function body, Python looks for greeting in the lexical scope, which means it searches the outer scopes for the nearest definition of greeting. In this example, the only outer scope of concern is the topmost scope, i.e., the global scope. If you're familiar with some other programming languages, the following example may be a little surprising. Def scope test, if true, foo equals hello, else bar equals goodbye. Print foo. Print bar scope test. Um. So, wouldn't it be goodbye? Goodbye? Wait. Wait, let me think. I don't actually know what it's gonna do. If true. How does it get. Wait, if true, foo equals hello. Otherwise, bar equals goodbye. And then run scope test. Wait, is the print inside? It's inside. Sorry, I was reading this incorrectly. If true. Hello, unbound local error cannot access local variable. Bar where it is not associated with a value. Meow, 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 meow. Wow, 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 wow. I guess something is true. So foo equals hello, but else bar doesn't even run. So then when they go to print, it prints hello, but it doesn't print goodbye because this part never ran. I don't understand though scope test. I don't understand why scope tests by itself. Like if what's true? I don't get that part. Functional variable scoping explanations. Yeah. In some languages, the corresponding print code may treat both foo and bar as out of scope. Both names may be in scope in other languages, but one will have a default value such as nil or undefined. In still other languages, only one name is in scope. Python comes closest to this last approach, but both names are technically in scope. However, since the else block never runs, bar is left unassigned. Thus, we get the unbound local error message when we try to print it. As you might expect, constants have the same scoping behavior as variables. In fact, so do function, parameter, class, and module names. Method names act a little differently, but that's a topic for another time. If we see a variable being referenced, where should we look in our code to determine whether that variable is in scope? Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. I don't like the bot anymore. This is my enemy. She's always lecturing me and telling me how my answer is wrong, but she didn't even pay attention to the question that she's even asking. And also, she expects me to use vocabulary in my answer that wasn't even covered in the text yet. And she's like, oh, but it's in the rest of the chapter. Well, bitch, you didn't tell me to read the whole chapter and come back to this question. You asked me the question in the middle of the text. Anyway, this is why I can't get along with clankers. I don't have enough patience. Namespaces. Closely related to the concept of scope is the concept of a namespace. In Python, a namespace is defined as a mapping of identifiers to objects. In essence, namespaces define the scopes in which Python will look for identifiers. When you refer to an identifier, Python first looks for the identifier in the local namespace. That is, it looks in the local scope. If the identifier is not found in the local namespace, Python next looks in any enclosing namespace, the outer scopes, not including the global scope. Next, it searches the global namespace, which is equivalent to the global scope, and finally, the built-in namespace. We will not often refer to namespaces at launch school, but you may encounter the term when looking at other material. Justified crash out. Meow. Meow. Arguments and parameters. Create a new file. Named say2. With the following code. Go ahead and run it if you want. Notice how we've duplicated the print call several times instead of calling it. Notice how we've duplicated the print call several times. Instead of calling it every time we want to output something, we want to have code we can call when we need to print something. Now let's update say2py as follows. Define say text, print text. We're gonna go to the beginning. There actually. Can't do that. Delete 5. Okay. And now we do it. Control V, 3J, insert I, say. Okay. At first glance, this program seems silly. It doesn't reduce the amount of code. In fact, it adds more. Also, the say function doesn't provide any functionality that print doesn't already offer. However, there is a benefit here. We've extracted the logic for displaying text in a way that makes our program more flexible. If we need to change the output style, we can change it in one place, the say function. We don't have to change any other code to get the updated behavior. We'll see such an update in a few minutes. As we saw earlier, we invoke functions by typing their name and a pair of parentheses. Say2.py illustrates how we define and call a function that takes a value known as an argument. Arguments let you pass data from outside the function scope into the function so it can access that data. You don't need arguments when the function doesn't need access to outside data. In say2py, the function definition includes text after the function name. This syntax tells us that we should pass a single argument to the function when we call it. We include an argument between the invocation parentheses to say it, to pass it to say. Thus, say hello passes the argument hello to the function. We assign the argument's value to the text parameter inside say. The names between parentheses in the function definition are called parameters. You can think of parameters as placeholders for potential arguments, while arguments are the values assigned to those placeholders. Function names and parameters are both considered variable names in Python. Parameters in particular are local variables. They are defined locally within the function's body. A function's name is a global or local, depending on whether it is at the program's top level or nested inside a class, module, or another function. We'll see several exercises about these issues below. They are essential even if there isn't much to say about them. Since parameters are merely placeholders, we typically talk of them as declarations. They are being used to introduce those names as local variables into a function, but don't obviously provide an immediate value until the function is called. That is, they simply declare variable names. Arguments are objects passed to a function during invocation. Parameters are placeholders for the objects that will be passed to the function when it is invoked. Many developers conflate the terms parameter and argument and use them interchangeably. The difference is typically not crucial to understanding, but using correct terminology is a good idea. We expect you to do so on launch school assessments. Parameters are not arguments. Arguments are not parameters. You can name functions and parameters with any valid variable name. However, you should use meaningful, explicit names that follow the same naming conventions discussed in the variables chapter. In the above example, we named the parameter text since the say function expects the caller to pass in some text. Other suitable names might be sentence or message. When we call the say function, we should provide a value, the argument, to assign to the text parameter. For instance, on line 4 of say 2pi, we pass the value hello to the function, which it uses to initialize text. The function can use the value in any way it requires by referencing the parameter name. It can even ignore the argument entirely. Remember, a parameter scope is the function where the parameter is used. Thus, the scope of the text parameter in say 2pi is the say function. You can't reference the parameter outside of the function's body. You can define functions that take any number of parameters and accept any number of arguments. For instance, the add function defined below takes 2 parameters and we invoke it with 2 arguments. Define add, left, right, sum, left, right, return sum. In the above code, left and right are parameters on line 1. On line 2, however, they are local variables that contain the argument values passed to add on line 5. Python will raise an error if you pass too many or too few arguments to a function. However, it is possible to bypass this restriction, as we'll see later. Let's return to say 2pi. When we called say hello, we passed the string hello as an argument. Thus, hello was assigned to the text parameter. Meow, meow, meow. As mentioned earlier, one benefit that functions give us is the ability to make changes in one location. Suppose we want to add a arrow to the beginning of every line that say outputs. All we have to do is change one line of code. We don't have to change the function invocations. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. Run this code to see the result. We've now added an arrow to the beginning of each line. We only had to change a single line of code. Now you're starting to see the power of function. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Meow, 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 meow. Mm, 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 mm. Meow, 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 meow. Return values. As we've seen in some earlier examples, functions can perform an operation and return a result to the caller for later use. We do that with return values and a return statement. All Python function calls evaluate to a value, provided the function doesn't raise an exception, an error. By default, that value is none. This is the implicit return value of most Python functions. However, when you use a return statement, you can return a specific value from a function. This is an explicit return value. There is no distinction between implicit and explicit return values outside the function. Still, it's important to remember that all functions return something unless they raise an exception, even if they don't explicitly execute a return statement. Let's create an add function that returns the sum of two numbers. Meow, meow, meow. When you run this program, it doesn't print anything since add doesn't call print or any other output functions. However, the function does return a value 5. When Python encounters the return statement, it evaluates the expression, terminates the function, then returns the expression's value to the location where we called add. Let's capture the return value in a variable and print it to verify that. Python uses the return statement to return a value to the code that invoked the function. If you don't specify a value, it returns none. Either way, the return statement terminates the function and returns control to the calling function. Functions that always return a Boolean value, true or false, are called predicates. For example, the following function is a predicate. You will almost certainly encounter this term in future readings and videos, so commit it to memory. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Hi. Meow. Meow. How are you today? Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Oh yeah, I forgot the Ice Age is coming. Shit, that's not good. I'm not prepared at all. I'm gonna be in trouble. Oh well. It's gonna be frosty. It's already too cold. It's already way too cold. I love the cold. Okay. I think you love the cold, but you love when you know. Never mind. Good afternoon. I'm in Peru. Anyway. Hmm. Meow, 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 meow. I'm not answering seriously. I don't think anybody needs to know where I am. Kitty! A kitty! Yeah, you have such a cute kitty in your YouTube picture, furry feet. I love that cat. I don't know who that cat is, but it's so cute. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Just learning. Didn't I say that? It's in the pinned comment. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. I don't want to play anymore. I hate this game. I hate the bot. She was better when she was a kitty. Default parameters. It's sometimes helpful to invoke a function without some of its arguments. You can do that by providing default values for the function's parameters. Let's update say to use a default value when the caller omits the argument. Notice that invoking say without arguments, as on line 5, prints hello. We can invoke say without arguments since we've provided a default value. Nice. We can provide defaults for any or all of a function's parameters. However, once you specify a default value for a parameter, all subsequent positional parameters must also have default values. It's also worth noting you can't accept the default value for a parameter and provide an explicit value for a subsequent parameter. Message 1, message 2, message 3, message 4, A, B, C, D, A, B, C, A, B, A, B, D. Python has a variety of ways to specify parameters. The easiest is with positional parameters. With positional parameters, the parameter values are taken from the corresponding argument position. Thus, if you have a function that takes 3 parameters, the first parameter is set to the first argument, the second parameter to the second argument, and the third to the third. For instance, in say above, the 4 parameters are assigned based on the order of the arguments. Of course, default parameters mean you can omit some arguments. We'll see some of Python's other parameter types later. Functions versus methods. Thus far, all our function calls have used the function name object syntax. We call a function by writing parentheses after its name. Any arguments the function needs are provided in the parentheses. However, suppose you want to convert a string to all uppercase letters. You might expect to use a function invocation like upper my string. However, that won't work. You must use a different syntax called method invocation. Method invocations occur when you prepend an object followed by a period to a function invocation, e.g., XYZZY string upper. We call such function invocations method calls. We also speak of the function as a method. We cover this topic in more detail in the core curriculum when we get to object-oriented programming. You can think of the previous code as the function upper returning a modified version of the string XYZZY. Methods provide the same benefits as functions. However, methods work with specific objects. All methods are functions, but not vice versa. Every method belongs to a class and requires an object of that class to call it. For instance, in the following example, we're using the string object represented by myString to call the upper method from the string class. MyString print upper, and you get that. Meow, meow, meow. Writing your own methods requires classes, which is how you create custom data types in Python. We're not ready to write our own classes and methods at this point. You'll learn how to do that in our object-oriented programming in Python book. In Python, the distinction between functions and methods may sometimes seem fuzzy. Some function invocations look like method invocations. For instance, consider the math module from Python standard libraries. The module provides some mathematical functions that any program can use. Once you import the module, you just call the functions you need. Import math square root 5. Wait, is that a method call? It sure looks like one. It quacks like one. Since math references an object, math dot square root must be a method call. However, it is not. While math is technically a reference to a module object, we're not using it to perform operations on that object. The sole purpose of the math object here is to tell Python where to look for those functions. For brevity, we often speak of functions when discussing functions and methods together. However, you should say methods when discussing functions explicitly designed to require calling objects. If we see a method we aren't familiar with being used in a code snippet, where should we look in the documentation to find information about it? Mm. Mm. Meow, 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 meow. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Sweet dreams. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Lem, lem, lem. Oh, SMTP. Cool. Cool beans. Cool beans. Could drive safely. Wah, wah, wah. Ah. Meow. Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. I haven't been in a car. Oh my god. I haven't been in a car in months. It's been months. I can't tell you the last time I've been in a car or drove a car. It's been so many months. I don't leave my house. I need to run away. Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. How do you get groceries? I don't. Kitty hasn't seen the light of day in many moons. That's true. You don't go to the beach? Nope. I don't go outside. I used to go outside. I don't go outside anymore. The last time I touched grass must have been definitely 2025. I haven't been I haven't been outdoors this whole year. That's pretty funny. Um Makes me want to cry. So funny. I float on my back. What if a shark bites you on the butt? That's true. I am gonna die from vitamin D deficiency. That is true. It's in the lore. Either that or colon cancer. Let's see. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. course there's lore. Meow, 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 meow. I really need a break. I think I'm having, yeah, I'm experiencing something like a brain damage. Need to take a break. Can someone, one of you professionals in the chat, tell me what the difference is between an object, a class, a function, and a method, and a data type? My brain is so fried, I don't even know what anything is anymore. Method, class, object, function, data type. I know that data types. Wait. Actually, I don't know anything. My brain hurts. A class is a recipe for an object. Okay. A class is a recipe for an object. And an object has like a type, right? My brain hurts again. I'll wait. I'll let you cook. Okay. Functions are fragments of code you can reuse by calling their name. Methods are functions that belong to a class. Okay, a class is a recipe for an object. A data type is a description of what the object is. Functions are fragments of code that you can reuse by calling their name. Methods are functions that belong to a class. Meow, 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 meow. Is a function an object? What is a function? Is a function an object? I don't understand. A class makes objects or is a recipe for an object. What the fuck is a class? I'm really confused. The blueprint for a car is a class. The actual car that's made following the blueprint is an object. Don't tell me what to do. I'm only interested in people that can help. Leave me alone if you can't help. Meow, meow, meow. Think about it some more. That's a good start, though. I like the metaphor. I'm not getting into object-oriented programming. I'm asking questions about a bunch of concepts that have been introduced to me over the course of the last like week and a half, and they're starting to get fuzzy in my brain. So I was just asking for a simple interpretation of what those words mean, because it's starting to become soup. Mhm. You're not my dad. You're not my dad or my boss. Stop telling me what to do. Do this. Don't do this. Do this. Don't do this. Do this. Don't do this. Go parent your children. Don't parent random cat girls on the internet. Donkai explained it pretty much entirety. Yes, black tea. That's what I'm grateful for. I took a screenshot actually. I took a screenshot so I can think about it some more. I don't know if that's illegal, but I did it anyway. I did it anyway. I have it. I'm gonna think about this some more. I wanna think about this some more. Are you trying to say that your definitions are NFTs? Shit. I stole it. I stole it. I just took it. I just took that shit. I need it. I need it. I'm confused because I don't think I understand, like... I know this is gonna sound so stupid. I understand the idea of a class being a blueprint, but I still don't think I understand what a class is. I guess a class is a class, and a class is a blueprint. Or a recipe for an object. Huh. It's like its own category of things. Right? Because, like, some of these things are related, right? So, like, an object has an associated data type, right? Like, an object falls into, I don't know how to use the words right, but an object, you know, the data type is a description of some object, right? I'm not sure if functions are considered an object or are they just something that uses objects. I don't even know what a function is. Actually, I'm really confused. And then it says methods are functions that belong to a class. But how can a function belong to a class when a class is a recipe for an object? I'm in circles here. Function is not an object. Okay. Function is not an object. Actually, I think I need to go back to that chapter. Maybe that'll help. See, let's go back to data types first. And see if that helps. Cuz like so function is not an object, right? But it is a data type. And a data type is a description of an object, or a description of what an object is. So some objects... I'm really confused. In Julia. I'm working in Python for now. Working on object-oriented programming before functions is kind of out there. I'm not working on object-oriented... I'm gonna kill myself. Actually, I'm not allowed to say that, but I want to. But I'm not allowed to say it. Functions and methods are what an object calls. I'm sorry, Kitty Pillar. I wasn't trying to confuse you more. It's okay. You don't have to. You don't read the chat if it's too confusing, and I'll try to be quiet so that I don't confuse them either. I say so. How are you? I think I understand a little bit better now. Let me see if I understand better now. Give me a moment. Chat is moving pretty fast. I don't want to read everything because I don't want to get more confused. I'm just gonna ignore a lot of this. Yeah. I'm allergic to Discord. So the thing that has me confused is it says a data type is a description of what the object is, right? It's a description of what the object is. But it says functions are a data type. But then people told me functions aren't objects. But you can have an object that is a function, right? Or no? I'm very confused on that point. Like, if a data type describes an object, shouldn't the term function be describing an object called a function, or like describing some object? Like, for example, if I do def meow, isn't meow like, it's like, what is, it's a function. Is that not an object? You can call a function an object. If the book tells you it is an object, call it an object. Oh. A data type specifies the type of data in an object. Any function has a data type of function. Yes, but someone earlier told me that functions are not objects, so then I got confused again too. But give me a second. I'm not gonna listen to that because that doesn't help and make sense to me. Let's see. So I'm not trying to complicate things for myself. I'm trying to undo the complication. I'm trying to get clarity. So let me think about this again. Let's see. The words I'm concerned with are class, object, function, method, and then data type. Can someone give me an example of a class? Or, so a class being a recipe for an object. So there's some class. Oh, it's right here in this table, actually. So the data type integer has a class int, right? So int is the recipe, in air quotes, for like, for something like an object that's a 1 or a 2 or a 3 or 4. Data types are really just classes, okay? And then, so here's my next question. So for the class int, that's a recipe for objects like 1 or 2 or 3. So I'll call 1 the object. Are there any methods for int? Or does int have methods? Are there any special functions for integers? It doesn't have to be helpful. Can't I just live my life? Does it have to be helpful for you? ToString. Not really. Okay. Of these classes here, int, float, bool, I know string has, so the string class has the method upper. Give me a second. 1 second. I can't. Can't think. It's too loud. Hi, Bolty. How are you? In Python, it does. In other language, it does. Okay, that's what I'm trying to find an example case. Maybe if I work with strings, it'll be easier. So like, now, let me do it in here. Let me do it in Markdown. Guess why not? Bye. Okay. So if we take a class, string, an example of an object would be like meow. And then the data type string of meow, the string, and a method would be upper and upper has a data type function. Specifically, it has a data type of function, but because it's a function that belongs to the class string, it's like it's actually a method. Like it's a special like it's called a method instead of just function. Meow, 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 meow. Am I missing anything? I think those were the things that I was confused about. Meow. It's called method by programmers, but it's still function. Okay, got it, got it, got it. Okay, then let's go back to the other chapter on functions and methods. Where we were in this part, function versus methods. Oops, that's not where I was. So here, it asked me this question. So the reason I got to this, by the way, is because of this question. If we see a method we aren't familiar with being used in a code snippet, where should we look in the documentation to find information about it? Honestly, I didn't know the answer. I didn't know or remember the answer. So I went to the documentation to try to see if I could find where they keep their methods. where do they keep the methods? Wait. Wait, how do I go back? How do I go back? Let's go back. Back. Here, documentation. So I was in here in the comments. You look in the documentation of the class. So that's what I was trying to figure out. That makes a lot more sense now. Okay, wait, because I was like, this is what my train of thought was really confused. I went here, and then I was thinking, okay, maybe it's a built-in or something, perhaps. I don't know. And then I went to built-in functions, but then inside of built-in functions, there's I don't think there's any methods in there. I'm still a little bit confused, right? Because there are, yeah. So, and that's where I went to the next point, because I was like, okay, I couldn't find it in functions. Where are classes? And that made me think, like, what are classes? And I got really confused. I got more and more and more confused. Built-in, I know, built-in means that it comes with in Python. Yes, I know that already. Yes, I know what built-in means. But I was gonna start there. So, like, you're right. You guys are right, because you have more context. You know more things. But I'm saying from the point of view of a beginner, when I see this question, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, I stumble upon a method that I am not familiar with. Where could I start? So that's why I was thinking maybe in the wrong way. So like, Donkai, you're telling me something that I already know? You're telling me something that I already understand, but that's not what I was confused about. Right? So like, I understand the concept of like external libraries. Okay, the correct answer is Stack Overflow. I understand. But let's say for some reason, like, just to use a specific example, let's say for some reason I stumbled upon upper and I didn't know what upper meant, or I didn't know what it was, and I wanted to look in the documentation for upper, because we've already established that upper is a specific method. And I actually had this happen before, a couple of chapters ago, when I wanted to look something up and I couldn't find it. And I still couldn't, I'm not gonna lie, I still couldn't exactly find it, or I didn't know exactly where to look for it. So I don't know. I just ended up what I ended up doing is I went in here and I just typed in like upper, and then it gave me this long list. And then I just picked the string one because I thought that one looked like, yeah, I don't know. That just seemed like the only thing that I understood anything about. But I don't understand, like, let's see. What I'm trying to say is I did search something like this before, but what I didn't understand was, like, why is there no just like upper parentheses? Why was there like byte array upper, bytes upper, string upper, byte array is upper? Like, I didn't understand this, but I did run into this issue. So anyway, that made me think a lot about, like, what even is what even is a method? What even is just a class? You can def upper? What do you mean you can def upper? You can just def upper. Some IDEs will have explanations and inputs, outputs, and methods directly in them as you're typing. Meow, meow, meow. Is there anyone who actually knows Python, or are we all just pretending? Megal Dev, I know Live Type does know Python very well, but he's on the road right now. You can just make your own function called upper. Okay. I'm pretending to know Python. That's good. Hey, at least it's not Scheme. At least I'm not making you guys help me with Scheme. Yet. I can't wait to get back to it, though. I have another question, then. Where do you find the classes that are built in? Good night, Fisty. Yeah. I also have a different question that's probably really stupid. Actually, never mind. I don't even want to say it out loud. I'll leave it alone. Let's see. Ah. I'm not saying it. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. So where is string? In text processing services. Oh, but that's something else. See also text sequence type string methods. This is referring to class string. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. String methods. Yeah, I think I clicked the wrong thing. I'm trying to learn how to navigate the documentation. I don't want her to be disappointed that she won't get a clear-cut list of things she wants in the documentation, but I think I've got to fail her. That's okay. It's okay. I think I just don't want to be afraid of it. more than anything. Even if it doesn't give me the perfect answer, the perfect thing. I think I need to practice getting in there more often so that I can understand a little bit more at a time. I don't expect to know the whole thing or understand. I don't expect to have all of object-oriented programming just like descend upon my brain cells immediately. But I do think that getting a little bit of exposure um, helps for me, especially even if it's something I don't understand. I'll try not to stay stuck there, but at least I can get exposure and then come back to it later on down the line in like a couple of weeks or months. We Google things, then sometimes documentation has fragments that answer the questions. Seeking for method is inferred from what you want to do. I want to make it uppercase. Do I have a function for this or do I do it myself? Which often translates to Googling. Programmers and documentation are mortal enemies. Meow, meow. Okay, let's see. Meow, meow, meow. We don't sit in the documentation that often. You telling me you never read the documentation from the beginning to end the way you read a dictionary? So this chapter covered that and I immediately it went in one ear out the other. Wait a minute. That was in the chapter. That was in here. It literally went over the function dir and I was just like, "Oh, this seems like I did this whole thing. I didn't understand it though. I did dir too. And then it gave all this shit and I'm like, "Ah, what is this? What are these?" It even told me how to make it pretty. It said from pprint. Was it import pp? Something like this? Those are methods and attributes of a class. Attributes are variables that belong to a class, but shh. So how do I only get the methods again? It has something to do with the is it the ones without, is it the way it's named? How do you know which ones are, oh, it's the ones without the thing. Okay. So if I do that again, enter. Oh wait, I don't want to do it again, but they did it in here. I forget where. Let's see. Pretty, pretty, pretty. Okay, so here they looked at a range and then said use a comprehension to limit the output to names that don't contain. Actually, I don't even know what these underscores are for. Whatever. Wait, are the underscores the attributes? The double underscore, magic methods, magic variables. Shit. You know what? I'm gonna pretend I don't know those exist. Let's just go back. Let's just go back to how we lived before. Let's go back to the simpler days. It's a naming convention. I gotcha. I cheated on my homework. I let the chat do my homework. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. I might make this my desktop background. I think about it. Yeah, think about it. I'll do it later. Okay, let's see. Mutating the caller. Please don't. I can crop out your name. How about that? How do I do that again? Is it here? Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. That's not it. Not this. Not this. Meow, meow. There you go. Meow. Sometimes a method mutates the object used. To invoke the method, it mutates the caller. In the following example, the pop method mutates the caller, the list referenced by odd numbers. So we have odd numbers 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, and then pop, so it takes off the last one, and then we get the new odd numbers. This is also, so this is about the mutability thing again, mutable versus immutable. We can also talk about whether functions mutate their arguments. The following function illustrates this concept. Define add new number mylist append 9. Numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Add new number to numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9. This code uses the list append method to add a new number to the list mylist. Thus, list append mutates its caller. However, the add new number function doesn't mutate a caller. There is no caller. Instead, it mutates its argument. Ah. In general, mutating the caller is acceptable practice. Many built-in functions and methods do just that. However, you should avoid mutating arguments since such functions can be tough to debug and is considered poor practice. Almost no built-in functions mutate their arguments. Returning a new object. Define add new number to my list. Return my list plus 9. Meow. How do you know which methods mutate the caller and which don't? That's easy when the caller is immutable. the answer is always, this method does not mutate the caller. However, when the caller is mutable, there's no way to say without inspecting the method's code or checking the documentation. We discuss object mutation in much more detail in the courses at Launch School. Functions and methods are fundamental concepts in Python programming. Knowing what a function does is crucial to your development as a Python programmer. You'll use them all the time in programs both big and small. To ask LSBot exercise-specific questions, click the Work in Coder button next to the exercise solution. Hi Dino, how are you? Meow 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 meow. It's important. Often causes problems in real apps. Meow. I broke databases because of it. Nice. Very nice. Okay, let's do the thing. Meow. Let's see. Vim exercise run by def set foo equals the string bar set foo print foo. The question is, what happens when you run the following program? Why do we get that result? Hum 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 hum. So this function does an assignment, right? With the variable foo and the value of this string bar. And then when we call the function, I don't think it returns anything because there's no print in here. Okay, bye Kai. Thank you for your help today. Bye. It doesn't return anything. But then when you print foo, you should get bar. So theoretically, when you run it, it should just get bar. Oh, let's see. The name foo is not defined. So we get an error because of the shit, they caught me. This is environment. Compilation error? I thought it says name error. What's a compilation error? Is a name error a type of compilation error? So that's because of it's because foo doesn't exist outside of the function. It's like its scope is within the function. Is that why? The program outputs an error. Name foo is not defined. Since foo is created inside a function, it isn't in scope when executing code that isn't part of that function. Okay, yeah, so that's why. Meow, 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 meow. I remember environments a little bit from a different class. Man, it's confusing though. Maybe it's time to take a break? Probably. Probably time to take a break, yeah. You could take a break. I think instead of taking a break, I think today I'm just gonna end stream way early. I think I'm gonna finish these exercises and then end the stream early. Probably. Meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Take a look at this code snippet. What does this program print and why? Did you eat your cat food? I had a salad earlier. But I'm still hungry. I want cereal. Anyway. Let's see. Is cereal a soup? Yes. I was wrong. I was so wrong. Why no work? Why no work? Meow, 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 meow. Night, night, night. Is a burger a sandwich? Yes. That. Shit. Let me think about this some more. Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah. Wah wah wah. Wah wah wah. 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 Wah 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 wah. Why doesn't it work? 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 Thank you, Hobo. That's me and Max, my teddy bear Max. Oh. The foo variable on line 4 shadows the foo variable on line 1. So line 4 doesn't change the value of foo from line 1. They did talk about shadowing. I think I just ignored that part. Let's go back. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? It was in here. This time, the code prints salutations on the 8, showing that greeting is in scope on line 8. However, the outer greeting variable plays no part in the function's body. The assignment on line 4 hides the greeting variable from line 1. Yeah, that's why I thought it would be the opposite. I'm actually a little bit confused. The assignment on line 4 hides the variable from line 1. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Let's see. The assignment. The code prints salutations on line 8, showing that greeting is in scope on line 8. The outer greeting plays no part in the function's body. The assignment on line 4 hides the greeting variable from line 1. We call this variable shadowing. Meow, meow, meow. So in other words, if I went back into this exercise 2 and I added a print in here, print F F foo and then we did set foo 3. Meow, 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 meow. Should we get? Should we get both? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Um, I don't know what you guys are trying to tell me. I don't understand what you're trying to tell me. Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah. I was just trying to get a better understanding of shadow variables. Like, I understood the example from the text because they had this print in here too. So I could easily recognize, there's gonna be a difference here and here. But then when I didn't have the print in here, I forgot that this is like only referring to this. Anyway, whatever. Whatever. Meow, meow, meow. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Meow, 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 meow. I'm losing my mind. Write a program that uses a multiply function to multiply two numbers and return the result. Ask the user to enter two numbers, then output the numbers and result as a simple equation. Oh, I'm excited. Okay. So let's get out of here because we don't actually need this. Yeah, we're gonna make multiply I, and then we're gonna define multiply, and we're gonna pass it two arguments, A and B. And then, let's see. Multiply two numbers, return the result. Ask the user to enter two numbers, and then output the numbers and results as a simple equation. Man, this has a lot of steps. Okay. So, let's see. Meow, meow, meow. Oh, wait, I need a test case. The word multiply looks really funny just all of a sudden. Okay, that doesn't do anything. Do we have to print it? Okay, we get an answer. Now, let's see. How do we do this? We need we need input. We need a first number, then second number, and then meow. Eh. Meow, 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 meow. Oops. Oops, oops, oops. Sorry for sneezing loudly in your ear. I have no manners. I just have allergies. Just kidding. I don't have allergies. I think I'm getting sick though. I have to. Let's see. Okay, let's delete this. And now, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. We're gonna do this differently. It's gonna be not A and B, it's gonna be input. And instead of A and B, first number, second number. Why a cat programmer trying to learn a snake programming language? Because snakes are delicious. Because, you know, why not? Oh, it noise canceled the sneeze? That's too bad. I think you really would have enjoyed it. You missed out. That was an epic sneeze. You really missed out. Meow, meow, meow. I'm not sure if this works yet. I might have to fix some things. Enter the first number, 1. Enter the second number, 2. 1 times 2 equals... Okay, I have to fix that part. Let's see. Maybe I have to write... I actually don't know how to do this. Equals... I don't want it to be a string. Maybe we do equals... Oh, I have an idea. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. Then we go to the end, the other end. We add this, and we do another print. Print. Actually, I think I'm doing this wrong. There's a better way to do this. I just don't know it. Let me just double check something. Okay, we get an error. That's good. That's good. Huh. Meow, 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 meow. Hum, hum, hum. Meow, 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 meow. Hi, Bishop. Man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, 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 wow. Um, 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 um. Ah, good luck. Alright, don't be afraid. It should be good. Man, a man. Mm. Yeah, I hope it goes really well. Print this whole thing. We did it! We did it! We did it! Okay. The only thing I need to fix now is I use integers, but I think I'm not supposed to use integers. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Let's see, let's see. Let's see. Wow. What happens if I just don't put int on? Well, they have to be. I need them to be numerical. Maybe float. Um. Yay! 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 But what if I don't want it to display? Let's see. Now try -1 and 1. Okay, I will. I want to try one more thing first, though. Meow, meow, meow. I don't know if I can do this or not. I'm just gonna try. Yay, 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 yay. Okay, let's try another time. -1 and 1 works. Let's try 1.3, 1.2 times 3. Okay, I'll take it, I'll take it. For doing what? I think what I want here though isn't. Man, this is a whole thing with floats and ints. Man, I think I do need to make the other one. Wait, let me think about this again. 1.2. Give me a second, give me a second. 1.2 times 3. I'm looking for 3.6. I have to go back. I have to go back in the chapter, I think. 0.7 and 3. Yeah, there's something in here. I don't remember. I don't remember what it is that does that though. Um, It's math. Let's see. We go to basic operations, maybe. What do you mean you can do much better than that? $11 and $7 doesn't work. Probably. No, I didn't. Hmm. Oh, we could. Hum. This is what I was looking for. Floating point imprecision. So, one way around it is to use math is close. We can also use decimal to make precise computations. Let's try decimal. I don't see how to improve your implementation. It looks good to me. What's your idea? Using decimal instead of float, maybe? Or you think, I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter, but I don't know. Is that bad? I don't know. I really don't know what I'm doing. Sorry. I'm just making it up as I go. I mean, let's find out. Maybe it's bad. Can I do the import thing outside? I don't even know how this works. Does it have to be a string? Loading point imprecision isn't a huge most of the time. Let me think about this more again. I don't even think this will work. I don't think this will work. Let's see. 1.2 times 3. Actually, this works really well. This is exactly what I wanted. Okay, let's try your example again. It was 0.7 times 3. Yay, 2.1. That's much better. That's much better. Now, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that's what they were looking for. But I like it. I like it. Let's go back to the chapter that was in this. And we'll see what they give as a solution. Should we try a big number? Should we try a really big number? What if we do 6, 7 times this? I think that's too many 9s. I can't test it. Okay, let's see. Where am I? This is exercise. This is this one. Oh, they did something different. Let's see how ours is different. Try. Okay, I'll try it. Nice. Easy. 6.70000000000000000 times 10 to the 68. Because I feel like it. Why not? Because I'm allowed to and I feel like it. Let's see. Okay, can I tell you the real reason why I'm learning Python? The real reason I'm learning Python is because of this. I'm gonna show you right now. It's because of this. It all comes back to this. This book right here. This book right here. The Structure and Interpretation of Computer Programs. I want to read this book. And I don't have a background in programming. I don't have a good set of fundamentals at all. So I got really stuck even in the first chapter. I did up to, let's see. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. I think page 30 something. I got stuck here. Right before exponentiation. And I thought to myself, man, I would understand this book better. Or actually, I didn't think to myself. I started looking up like what other people said. And a lot of people said that this book is really good if you already know some programming. Student loan debt. Anyway, let's see. My tummy hurts, boys. My tummy hurts, kitty pillar. They did define, multiply, left, right, return, left, times right, define, get number prompt, entry, input, prompt, return, float, entry, first number equals get number, enter the first number, get number for second number, and then product equals multiply first number, second number, print first number times second number, product. Actually, I'm stealing that, I think. Can I steal that? I'm stealing some of it. I don't want all of it. What I want is the product thing. I think that makes it more elegant. And we'll do multiply first number, second number. Actually, we'll just do product is multiply. Actually, let me think about this again. I don't know if I can do it this way. Do I have to pass in something for multiply? Also, do I need it to be... Because we're just printing. Hi. Print hi. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow. Hello. Meow. I wonder if this works. Let me think about it. Does this work? Would this work? What's that gonna print? What is that gonna print? Product? Um. I think this might not work. 1, 2. Oh, wait, did it really work? 24? 35? Oh, I think it does work. I'm happy with it. I think it looks good now. I think it looks good. I think it's fine. I know our solution is a little different from theirs, but I'm okay with it. What, really what? Really what? What's the matter? I don't really understand why they needed another. I don't understand why this had to be a function. Get number. Um. I guess because they wanted multiply to not include. I guess they did it so to make it a float. How? I'm not happy. How does multiply know first number before it's defined? How does multiply know first number before it is defined? It doesn't. It doesn't know it before. It doesn't know it before it's defined, but it's not called until later, so it doesn't matter, right? It's not called until later. Right? Because won't it interpret all of this and then only call it here? I see what you're saying though. It's probably like bad form. Is it bad form? Actually, I don't. I changed the order because of because of them. Honestly, if I were writing this on my own, I probably would do it this way. Is that better? Does it still work? Hi, the consultant. 2, 3. Ah, now it says an error. Multiply is not defined. Ah, that's why. Maybe that's why. I don't know. Whatever. I'm leaving this alone. I don't really want to break it. Curious how Python works. Meow. I have to pee. That's too much information. Huh? Meow. I was gonna do a longer stream today, but I'm not really feeling it, so I think I will end it here. Ish. I'll end it in 5 minutes. Meow, meow, meow. Night, night. Sweet dreams. Good progress, yeah. Honestly, I want to do all of these examples, all of these exercises. There is a lot of them. Yeah, there's 19 this time. Hmm. Hmm. I want to keep working on it. Let me think a little bit. Let me think a tiny bit. What else do I have to do today? Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah. Night night. Bye. Not leaving yet. Let's see. I did my planning. I did my reading. I checked the email. I checked my email. I got a bill coming up. I got a big bill coming up. Wow. I gotta respond to coffee. Okay, edit. The big bill come with an even bigger duck. That's a good joke. I like it. That's a really good joke. You're funny. You're a funny little kitty. I'm gonna take a break and like do Catgirl things, and then I will come back and decide if I'm just gonna abruptly end the stream or if I will continue doing the exercises. I might do more. Maybe I'm just feeling kind of down because I need more energy for the brain. I'll be back.